Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. What up, Morton? How you doing, boo-boo? What up, what up, what up, what up? Where? I know y'all can't see nothing yet. The bio boy who lived. I did live. There was a tornado. Luckily, it lost energy and it dispersed into like severe thunderstorms. Here we go. There's the go live notification. Yeah, I like hid in the basement with my dog. Yeah, this video made me 400 bucks. Fuck yeah, brother. How long ago did I make this video? Where's the... Shouts to this video. Where? Did it have too strong? No gear? Where do you get gear before maps? I really liked this video. I liked making it. No more useless items in Diablo 4. Season 2 changes? It was definitely after that. Dude. Rerolling stats.
Sorceress with a two-handed sword, a weapon that the sorceress cannot use. We're being offered damage to affected by shadow damage over time enemies, a specific necromancer affix.
Yeah, because items had pools of stats. That was a cool time to be alive. No, it's none of these. I want my old... Damn, dude, these old ass fucking... Uh-huh. Not $1. Not $11. Damn, dude, these old videos are fucking a lot. I remember when I made this this thumbnail and I was like, that's so good. Fucking nobody cared. Because it wasn't good, but still. It was funny. Okay. I can't find my video. So I don't know. So we gotta make a new one. Gotta make a new one. Struggling with 77-degree weather. It is cooled down to around there in this area. So I'm a little bit chilly. All right, we need to do an analysis, everybody. We need to do an analysis of where your damage comes from in the game of Diablo 4. We have to do an analysis, an analyses of where damage comes from in Diablo 4. Blood Wave. We're gonna look at Blood Wave. We're gonna look at Blood Wave, and we're gonna do some math. We're gonna do some math. Boy. Here. That's cool, man. There's the big push. Okay. We need to do some math on where damage comes from. But it's Pelgain. Ugh. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this as where does damage come from? And then I want to change this to push this one. And then that would let you have thickened blood. Thickened blood. Okay. So we need to do some math. Can you say some damage modifiers have diminishing returns? Yep. Anything that goes into a singular bucket experiences diminishing returns. That's not like a mechanic of the game. That is just how numbers which increase behave. Okay. So we need to start making a chart. Which is like skills, Paragon, gear. Well, let's go like skills, gear, Paragon, mercenary, set, or charms. Right, you have your gear. How we doing, blood? for Bloodwaver, three main damage buckets, those three? Correct. What up, Sanborn? How you doing? Then there's kind of like miscellaneous. Yeah, we're gonna put Misk, and this is like your class mechanic. We have multipliers, we have additive. Then there's more esoteric things. Like attack, speed. Crit chance. Vuln uptime. What up, Tao? Back from LA, very nice. Is Overpower a separate damage bucket too? No. Overpower grants you additive damage. Did I party with the Scots? Is this a World Cup reference? Ah. I did not. Oh, main stat. Did the Scots do a win? Ah, they came and watched our baseball. Hell yeah, Scotland. No, I did not see any of this. I did not hear about any of this. Good job, Scotland. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Scotland, we don't do this here, okay? All right, we're very reserved. We're very demure. I love the idea. I love that. Okay. So let's look at this. Edit. Copy this. So if we just call it a skill tree, we're using Bone Presson, Blutmist, double mobility? That's crazy. They clean up technically like they do the stadiums after the match. Oh, that's interesting. Good. Scottish fans cleaned up after themselves and didn't leave it to the grounds crew. Oh, YouTube chat is literally answering that. Yeah, apparently Scottish fans cleaned up after themselves. Let's fucking go. I will say, just to pat myself on the back, I've never left trash for other people to clean up no matter where I go. And if you do that in movie theaters, you're a piece of shit and you should throw your trash away. But fuck yeah, good job, Scottish fans. Oh yeah, in case you've never heard it before, because it is very normalized here, if you just leave a bunch of trash on the ground at like a game or like at a movie theater, you are a piece of shit, and it is bad to do, and you shouldn't do that. Some people haven't heard that. I think it's important for people to hear that. It's their job to clean it up. Yeah, it's actually like, it's distinctly their job to make sure that the facilities are clean enough that you would go to the facilities. You leaving garbage on the ground makes it harder for them to do that, and is also, for all intents and purposes, spitting in the face of the desire of what you should want as a consumer, which is a clean facility. People would be like, oh, if I don't leave shit on the ground, they won't have a job. No, their job is to go sweep and clean regardless. But if you shit all over the ground, they do have to clean up shit now. It's one of those wild things where like you hear grown-ass adults literally say this and you're like, hey, so that's not true. Like, that's actually, hear me out, 0% accurate. Actually, no, you are a bad person for doing that. Who would have thunk it? Base and misc. Okay. So this is going to be a little bit harder than it used to be in the past. Excuse me. But yeah, don't do that. I can't stress it enough. You are a walking piece of human garbage if you do. Like, should feel bad about yourself. Consider changing levels of trash human. Okay, so the base skill starts off at 300%. Base skill. We're just gonna start making stuff. Base, blood wave. Yeah, we're just gonna start making little bits over here. Base, blood wave. It's 300%. That means that with 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just see if I could do this math correctly. Equal to this multiplied by 0.1 multiplied by 3 plus this multiplied by 0.15. So it should be 435. Well, that's wrong immediately. That's not accurate. That's not true. What do you think of Season 13, 14 problem with the Necromancer? The ultimate skills are not really useful, easy to implement without big downtimes. Will you recommend ultimates for Season 4? Bone Storm is like one of the single strongest skills. Actually, yeah, no, I disagree with your premise. Can you articulate why you believe that is true? Army of the Dead has an entire set that automates being able to cast it 100% of the time. Bone Storm has a 100% uptime and is arguably the strongest ultimate that's ever existed on the Necromancer. I haven't really messed around with Soul Rift, I guess. Soul Rift isn't King of the Castle anymore. But I actually don't know why you believe this is true. So maybe you can explain it. Where am I getting points from? Blood skill. Where else am I getting? Skill. 300. What? Why? Oh no, it's just showing wrong. Ay, Dios mío. So it is 435. Okay. So from base skill ranks, Army of the Dead is only working with Army of the Dead builds, not the 50% damage multi. I disagree. When is next season? The 30th. Were you properly applying Decrepify and had cooldown reduction on your build? In 7 seconds, you have to, if you have no cooldown reduction on your build at all, in 7 seconds, you have to strip 40 seconds of cooldown via Decrepify with a minion build to have 100% uptime on. So actually, in 7 seconds, you have to strip 23 seconds. Sorry. Starts at 60, down to 40. You have 7. You have to trigger Decrepify 33 times in 7 seconds with no cooldown reduction to have 100% uptime, which is not realistically doable with no cooldown reduction. But even with the addition of like 1 cooldown reduction roll, this becomes very meaningful. When you consider that you also have downtime while moving between packs, so it's more like every 10 seconds you have to strip 30 seconds. Because it runs for the 7 seconds, and you're not fighting for 3 of the seconds, so 10 of the seconds are free. Decrepify didn't really work with minions. It does. It distinctly works. Yeah. Hey, Calyx. Unless you're killing things so quickly that you aren't reducing cooldown, which is a very common issue that people run into. But if you're killing things so quickly that you're not triggering Decrepify over the length of the combat, then you probably don't need Army of the Dead's damage multiplier in the first place, so you use it as a burst window on elites and on bosses. But Decrepify absolutely works with minions. Now, if your only source of applying Decrepify is Blood Moon Breaches, now you've added a lucky hit chance to a lucky hit chance, right? You've made it a % chance to apply it in the first place, and then they would have to trigger Decrepify. And if they're not dead long before most of that stuff happens, you're probably not getting cooldown procs. But I disagree with you, and there are minion builds using Army of the Dead for the multiplier. Although it's not as strong as just using Bone Storm, because Bone Storm is just so much stronger, but... I disagree with your premise, even with the clarification. So, so this is accurate. So what it is instead is, yeah, no problem. Soul Rift is generally an underperforming ultimate, but it was also king shit of Ultimate Mountain for a very long time. That doesn't mean that it should just be ignored, but I can understand why they're not looking to, like, empower it too much. Although it has use. It has use in some builds. How do I want to calculate this? So it is the percentage damage. I also have to do this skill damage, right? To show where that comes from. So basically, I just need to make an average damage per point. Because I can't be like, oh, charms are only this strong because with the total number of skill ranks from there, you get to... Because I can't say which one applies first. I can say that there's a basis in the skill itself. And then for the other systems, just make an average number per point. Is that accurate? Yeah, I would just have to have like an equation, right? So it would be percent per 5 points, and it would be 120. It would be 165 per 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4 at 30% each, and then a 45. So it'd be 165. So it would be 165 per 5 points. So it's just this divided by 5, which is percent per 1 point on average. So your skills represent, so this would be, so it's 435 plus that times 2. 320, 330, 330. So it becomes 765. Yeah, okay. So your skills, for the increase to your skill damage percent, your skills represent 765% skill damage. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. First bit done. Also, we gotta do this or I'll go crazy. And we gotta do this or I'll go crazy. Okay. Now, let's look at our skill tree. Multi from skill. So we get a 1.3. It overfills your overpower by 2. So we also need to have like overpower sources. Skill is 2. So its base is 4. Skill is 2. Yeah, there's nothing else to get from there. Skills get us resolve. Yeah, that makes sense. Vulnerable. So runes are giving 100% uptime on vulnerable, and that's where we're getting our vulnerable. Vulnerable uptime is from skill. So skills are well, this is actually gear. It's from a rune word. Right? Like, the skill is the thing applying it, the rune word is applying the skill. Which means that our gear is representative of the value of what that skill adds. Yes. We could do vulnerable sources. Rune word. It's just for movement speed. Okay. So, Bone Prison is granting us a huge amount of cast speed. I'll have to capture that. Actually, we can do that here. And I don't even know if, like, this is considered a bug or not, but... This is another one that's going to be hard. Notes to me. Notes to me. Notes to me. Remember that skill ranks from things other than the skill tree. Impact. Skill damage. Attack speed from Bone Prison. Other stuff. Okay. So yeah, so I have to do a base Bone Prison attack speed is 20%. It's so weird, like the first 4 skill points. Well, it's the first 5 skill points. But the first 4 after the initial skill point. It's obviously the most important, right? I have to take shout off screen. You guys will never be able to see anything that I'm looking at. So first 5 get you up to 26, 29%. And it goes percent per 5 points is 811. Percent per 1 point is equal to this divided by 5. So attack speed from skills from the base is 51. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't get ferocity anywhere? Excuse me. Huh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Yeah, I guess I could do it this way too, right? So gear for skill damage here is +9, which is 165, 120, 285. And then from charms are 6, 24, 24. Fudge. $24. This multiplied by 4 plus 4 is 120, so it's 880. Can we do total? It's equal to the sum of this. Although this wouldn't be sum. This could be sum, sure. Main stat, that can be sum, yeah. Then we have to calculate later. Okay. Then we can do this for Bone Prison as well. Bone Prison is 3 from the amulet. Huh. That's just 6. Charms. is 24 again. So 24. $52. Probably wouldn't do it, but as a high tier Necro player, could you give me tips on your build? Can I give you tips on your build? Maybe. I'm not going to like do a full like planner review for you. I'm in the middle of doing an active activity. But if you had questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer questions for you. I'm not going to say like change this stat here, change that stat there, because I already create educational material that you can watch to help you make those types of decisions. Anything else from the skill tree? Like, there are harder things to calculate here, which is like, it generates a corpse for you. How does mobility impact it? That's not really, like, I can't really calculate the cost benefit analysis of like defense. And like, since this heals you, you are able to survive the thing you otherwise would need an alternative source for. That's just not really capturable. Not in a meaningful way. This is really hard because I also need to keep in mind I guess I could do, yeah, I guess actually what I could do here. Oof. It could be overpower stacks, OP stacks, which is like base, then skill gets you 2. And then we can use this because we can calculate like our effective value from overpower. Then actually what this is overpower. Catch you in game one day. Right, so like do like a gear review. Yeah, sorry. I would not do that thing. Although, that being said, are you running a build? And do we cover it on max roll? Like, I won't have a different opinion than what our build guide would say, typically. I might have like very minor differences, but it seems like the build guide would already be able to answer that for you. Okay. So multis from skill is really just this one. A 1.3. As far as like a distinct multiplier and not a thing that I have to capture differently. So it's 1.3. This would be equal to the product of this. Okay. Running shadow minions? Yeah, we have a minions god. I would say critical strike damage doesn't help shadow corpse explosion at all. So I would just really focus on doing damage with your minions. because there's no way to scale dot and non-dot damage simultaneously. Not in a meaningful way. And it's also important to understand that the number that you see in your stat sheet actually means fucking nothing at all. Literally, that number doesn't mean anything, so I wouldn't use it as like a guiding light. Corpse Explosion is your main attack using Howl from Below. Okay. If Corpse Explosion is your main attack, you should not be using critical strike damage at all. This can't critically strike. So critical strike damage is a garbage stat for your build if Corpse Explosion is your primary damage. Just start going down the list. Skills gain no main stat. They gain no crit chance. And rockin' defenders. That came from Hal could crit. They just cast Corpse Explosion. They cast your Corpse Explosion. They don't like crit and then drop a Corpse Explosion. That would actually be kind of insane. They can crit if your Corpse Explosion can crit, but damage over time cannot crit. So they cannot. Yeah, okay. So then we're looking at gear. Multis from gear. Oh, how much crit chance does he get up to? 77%. On your Bonudin build, did you change any gear since max roll? I'm hitting low Bs and really want to get to 100 Bs. Did I change any gear since max roll? What does since max roll mean? And if you haven't already, I would recommend checking out the, like the guide on max roll is up to date. You just want the speed farm variant. Multis from gear. I'm so much fun with it. Hell yeah, brother. That's awesome. Thank you, Nazgul. The damage from this, like, is an amount. And I don't care. Can I say it? I don't care. All right, so this is 8. How many overpower stacks do we get up to? So 8, 4, 8, 12, 14, 16. I can actually probably just watch. Oh. Lord Exara Bloodleaf. It's up to 18 total. How does he get up to 18 total? 4, 8, 6. Charms is 2. So what am I missing? Oh, yeah, it would be on the push setup, right? Oh, it's Red Blessing is 4. Okay. So, what up, Red? Yeah, okay, so here's a problem, right? So like Banished Lord's Talisman is an 18% damage multiplier per stack. Right. But while this offers the multiplier, where the damage of overpower comes from is from different sources. Like, if you didn't have the rest of this stuff, this isn't an 18 stacks worth of multiplier.
No other people I'd rather break bread with.
How do I represent that in the data? Oh, I just have to have a separate chart. Okay. Yeah, I just have to have a separate chart is the answer. Right, yeah, I just make a separate chart. So yeah, So here's the thing I'm trying to figure out how to articulate. Overpower from the Spanish Lord's Talisman with 18 stacks, right? Because I get 18 stacks of overpower. 18 multiplied by 18. So this Spanish Lord's Talisman is a 4.24 times multiplier. And might I say, the fact that this ever hit live is fucking hilarious. But regardless, that's a little bit unfair to just say my gear gets me a 4.24 multiplier here. Because that's not fully accurate, right? Gear is only representative of 8 of the stacks from overpower. Okay. How about this? Let's take this. Take this. Scaling from OP. Right. Oh, that's wrong. Let's get rid of all of that. Let's get rid of all of this, right? Delete these rows. Main stat doesn't make any sense. Skill damage doesn't make any sense. Delete these rows. This is what we got. So, multi from OP, additive from OP. And then we do this again, right? And then we go percent of OP, percent of OP. Yeah. So then we also have to take into account his crit chance, which is, oh, on push? Where does he get the additional crit chance from? Main hand, right ring, helm. Main hand, right ring, helm. Gloves, left hand. Okay. So really, I just need to change this thing over to thickened blood is what I need to do. And then change this to crit chance. Okay. How are we doing, Red? Okay. So that's all good. So crit chance is 92.6. And this is all gear, right? Oh, this is wrong. Charm. Oh, sure, yeah. If 76 gets you to 0.2. So this is 76 divided by x equals 0.2. Every 380 points, you get... Is it true that Underground will gain a 30% multiplier? Its value is increased by 30%. The bonus static grants. Tharu, thank you for redeeming the Darkness. The Darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the Darkness will stay redeemed. Darkness, kid. 300. Yeah, okay. So we have 533. We have 1.4% crit chance. So minus 9.3. So we're at 83.3. 83.3 crit chance. So from gear, gear is so 0.3 minus 1.4 minus 5. So gear is 76.9. And then basically Paragon is 1.4. And then base is 5. Okay. Sure. I would also have to do this for critical strike damage. I just kind of don't want to. So this is equal to this multiplied by 0.833. So this is a 3.69892 multi. Or 3.7 multi, roughly. So multis from gear. Take. I don't care about any of this. Okay, multis from gear is a 3.7. This is 3.7. That was a lot. Okay. That already got the 1.9. No. Oh, this needs to be the fortified one. Okay, Casimir is the 2. This, that. will be captured in the overpower part. Sure. 1.9 and a 1.5. Then we have to add all this shit together. Is equal to product of this, right? So this is aspect. Then we got to do a crit vuln elemental. Get rid of gem strength. 64. I'll come back to gem strength later. 63, 56, 28, 31. Some. .64, 2.19. This is equal to this multiplied by 0.833. So 3.24077. Insane. It's so funny though, isn't it? Where it's like yeah, I need to like capture this in like a funny note. Or I just make a second sheet. Interesting numbers. This is elemental. This is vulnerable. This is crit. So multipliers from gear right now is 729.07. Your gear is representative of this. like it goes, it's equal to the product of Your gear multiplies your damage by 730 times. It's probably too much. Probably representative of too much of your total damage, huh? Didn't we have this ratio? 729? No, it was not 729. From just the multipliers. But they've also taken off a bunch of like additive damage. So it has shifted. Gear only multipliers weren't this high. How much your gear represented like 89%, something like that, of your total damage output. Something ridiculous like that. Maybe it was like 60, 80%. I forget what the number was. Gear has always represented the vast majority of your scaling. And I think that's a good thing. The vast majority can be 51%. Or rather, you can get to majority without it being nothing else matters. Is a significantly better way for me to say that. Okay. Do. Oh, yeah, I guess just as a very quick exercise, we could also do this. What does this number look like with gem strength on it? So 64. Up to 288. 288. Why is this? Okay. So if this was instead 3.24. That's crazy. You go from Air of Perdition increases your damage by 80%. The total multiplier from your gear increases your damage by 72,906%. With Gem Strength GA'd on your gear, you increase your damage by 144,035%. Yeah, this is not 700% increased damage. This is 729 times your damage. So this is 72,000% increased damage. A 2x multiplier is a 100% increase in your damage. Well, the issue was that Gem Strength on two-handers was bugged and overscaling. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if they like got rid of this like super degenerate roll weapons until you get one that's also modifiable and then go masterwork it. Actually, I don't know. That might not be gone. It's gonna suck. I ain't doing it. That's just very interesting. Okay. These numbers all look very, very different if I include the Gem Strength, which I'm not going to for right now. Multipliers from Paragon. We got a 1.1 and a 1.154. We got a 1.2, a 1.5, and a 1.18. And this is equal to 1 plus 28.5 multiplied by 0.55 divided by 100. Okay. 0.6. Okay, so this is equal to 1 plus 22 multiplied by 0.8 multiplied by 0.833 by 100. And this is equal to 1 plus 20 divided by 0.833 divided by 100. $1.45 day 0.18. They're always picking up potions though. I'm gonna legit put this as a 1.05. Uh, 27.8. Not bad. Yeah. Hopefully gem strength, like, hopefully nothing after gem strength is fixed is so disgustingly good that people feel the need to do that thing unless they are like hyper pushing, at which point you're already doing degenerate shit for gear anyways, so I actually have no problem with that. But before then, absolutely. Like, please do away with it. Okay. It's not too bad. From our mercenaries, cover fire is every 20 seconds for 4 seconds. Every 20 seconds for 4 seconds. So it's 1/5 effective. $1.04165. Charms. A charm is going to be equal to a 1.6 0.75 multiplied by 2. Not bad. There are no base multipliers. Oh, there kind of are, right? Because it's crit and vuln. $1.2 multiplied by 1 plus 50 multiplied by 0.833 divided by 100. Yeah, I'm not going to do the overpowered here. Yeah. And then miscellaneous. Oh, I didn't include this. Charms multiplied by... it's 18 times 7. So it's 70... 126 multiplied by, right? Hold on. 18 is 70 is 56 is 126 is 2.26. Okay. So multipliers on our gear is increasing our damage. So multipliers across our build. Oh, I'm not even done. Miscellaneous is equal to 1.15 multiplied by 0.2 multiplied by 1 plus 15 multiplied by 0.833 divided by 100. So multipliers increase blood waves damage. Things that say X. You heard that Necro wasn't performing in PTR? No, if you click the skills, they worked. You could kill stuff. Necro is actually fine in the PTR. The multipliers, things that say X in the game, which you would expect to represent like a major amount of the damage scaling, right? Increase your damage by 91,661,253%. And that's without gem strength. Hold on. 1440. $181,041,882. It's funny when you see the numbers, huh? And it's so crazy where it's like, it looks like it shouldn't be like, it looks like the number shouldn't get that high. But it does. But it does get that high. And it's just very funny to me. Charms, scaling from overpower. Charms is this. This again, just to run it back, is 70, is 126, is 2.26. Are you sticking to the unique changes? We don't know. The campfire chat is on Tuesday, right? 20, 21, 22, 23. 20, 21, 22. Yep, on Tuesday. Big number do go burr, huh? Additive. Additive is actually going to be pretty easy. I think people are going to be so angry when I say like the final number, right? I wonder if I can see in video how fast he's attacking. I'm gonna just ask him. Put this somewhere. Put this over here. Here, stop playing for a second. Shh, 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 shh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So additive from gear. Times 18. 270. Funny. Okay. This one's going to be a little bit harder to calculate, but we'll do it. We will do it. Oh, hold on. I should be able to... Oh. Don't know that I believe this. Okay, so additive paragon is supposedly true. Damage per overpower stack here is 15.9. 15.9. 3. 2. And then dominate is 373. Okay. So this is equal to the sum of this. And then this is equal to 18 multiplied by the sum of this. To the sum of this and this. 7777. Seven, 7, This is 7,002. And then from gear, this is equal to 15 multiplied by 18. Okay. Total multi. Hold on, yeah. And then back to multi. This is equal to this. This is going to be equal to 1 plus this divided by 100. get rid of all of that just for now. Okay. So that's additive from Paragon. Mercenaries obviously 0. Charms add 0 additive. Base, there's 0 additive base. Do we have any miscellaneous additive anywhere? We do not. Oh no, this is actually equal to this divided by 100. Skill damage, Paragon offers none, Mercenaries offers none. Base doesn't really make sense. Miscellaneous, okay. Main stat. Oh. Oh. My dog hasn't done anything in a little bit. I'm gonna go grab some water and I'm gonna go make sure she's good. Give me, here, I'll run ads now. It's not interrupted later. Give me... un minuto, por favor. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. What up, Hawk? How we doing? Oh, damn. It's just so pretty outside, huh? Alright. I've returned. My dog is okay. What was I? Oh, I wanted to go see base main stat. Excuse me. Base main stat is 79? Huh. This I did not know. Okay. $690. Nice. This is going to be equal to so this is equal to 1 plus this divided by 800. So it should be 334%. Yes. Cool. Attack speed bonus. 18, so 6.3. Where did I get a 6 from here? Where did I get a 52 here? Oh, right. So this is 24.8. Mercenaries not granting any. Okay. Let's take weapon damage. million. Where else could I go? Tides. Hit leaderboard. That's cool. Maybe Ronnie shows his. Somebody show your damage numbers. Oh, for multis from charms, this needs to be that. How? How's that possible? Oh, because I'm stupid. Format number. Hello? Hey, cut that out. Thank you. 1,000 million billion trillion 400 trillion. Oh. Oh, I guess I could look, right? So he also has 1.125. Oh yeah, his gear is just better than... Oh, but also with Pell gain. Sure. Yeah, his gear is also just like nutty. Another 1.154. I'm gonna say this is... Wow, +4 all skills fucking sank, dude. At least the amulet is normal. Oh, and then the 1.75 here, sure. Oh, what was that? With Pell gain. Papa Be Fun, thank you very much for the follow. So then my number is actually like fairly close. So you have to take into account Pell gain, which, how would I do that? I can see it here actually. Okay. 650. Six seconds. Stagger is 6 seconds, it looks like. So that's 2 staggers. 3 staggers. 4 staggers. 4 is 24. Four is 24. So, okay. I don't remember what this is. Get this out of here. So there's this. Then there's with Sanctify. Well, this should be with Pell gain. So this is equal to 24 multiplied by 20. So this is actually equal to 729 multiplied by 5.8 divided by 1.65. This is with Pelgain. And then this is with Sanctification. So, physical damage is a 12% multiplier. And each one of these is separate. So gem strength is obviously like the first big one. $14.40. Gem strength. With full sanctify. And this will just be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Multiplied by 1.125 to the 7. I'll call 1.3-ish on average, 1.4-ish on average. And we'll do DPS. It's equal to this. Multiplied by 4. I'll do it here. DPS. Go to this, multiplied by 4. Copy. Paste. Format. What? Why? Yeah. My brain just like just shut down for a hot second. So this is 73.62, so 74.62. Yes, beautiful. Without OP. This divided by this multiplied by this. This is not completely accurate. I'm including 1 and 2 different things here. Yeah, okay. Hi, beautiful. Can I help you? Yes, beautiful. I know you want my attention. I do know that. I know. But so you see, I have to do this every day. Every day I have to do. And you have to get used to me doing this every day. Because at the end of the month, a season starts. And I'm not going to be able to entertain you all day. I have to play. No. Wow. You're gonna have to learn how to entertain. That means that doesn't. The moment that I turn around, you're gonna go back to playing. Perfect. I'm very unexcited. On the carpet. I want you to. You know what I mean? So I need you. Obviously, I know. But I need you to be able to do this yourself. You have toys. You have snacks. You have treats. You can look out the window and sniff. You can bark at the people. Would this help? Maybe this would. That's an idea. Oh, wow. What's going on in the big wide world out there? What's out there? Have you even looked? What's out there? What's out there? What's out there? Oh, see, you're still biting. That's the problem. They're like, why aren't we playing? We're just both two dogs, and dogs like playing. Yeah. Oh, man. I actually don't know what I'm going to do with you. Kind of a problem. Yeah, I'm going to have to solve that. I don't know how. There you go. What's up there? Maybe if I gave you a little step stool, would that be better? Oh, you know what I never even thought about? Your bed was right. And then you kind of like sit on the bed right now. And then it's easier for you to look out here. What about that? That's pretty good. Thanks. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see out there. That's fun. That's fun, right? What's that? Okay. What up, Izzy? No, this isn't a new guide. It's more like an exploration. 1,000 million billion trillion. Hey. Eva?
Get your bed. Get your bed. Get your bed. Good girl, Mama. Yeah, babe. Okay, well, that was short-lived, huh? I'm not chasing you anymore. Oh, come here. Get your bed. Come on. Get your bed. Get your bed. Who are you snorfing at? Get your bed. Get your bed. Yes. Good girl, Mama. You go. You got a snack. You got toys. Here you go.
All right. What up, Di? Sorry I didn't see you earlier, friend. Okay. So. Oh, okay. I understand. Hold on. That was a million, billion, trillion. Okay. Yeah, you're throwing a temper tantrum. I know. I know. Life is so hard for you. Yeah, your life is very, very, very challenging as a dog. I agree. Oh, dumb. Hold on. Wait. Yeah. So then it would just be cool to add a... Percent of the scaling. How do I calculate this? What up, Dave? Yeah, what do you got? How do I calculate this? Because it's like this divided by this. Multiplied by 100 is what percent of the scaling this is. No, that doesn't make sense. You have plus skills on your charms. You use Ramaladni's Opus. Would 125 resource on charms do more damage, or would the skills? You need to do the math. I can't do the math for you. There isn't an answer to that question. That is just like a universal truth. It depends on the math. Also, masterwork on GA crit or Vuln. I thought Vuln. I also cannot answer that question for you, Dave. The questions that you're asking don't have a singular answer. I will say that the guide on max roll has probably calculated these things, and I would utilize the recommended stats there. But there isn't an answer to this question. It depends on all of your stats. Masterworking the vulnerable or the crit depends on how much crit chance you have on your character specifically, and how many other sources of these stats that you have. It looks like max resources not recommended on the Whirlwind build. You are annoying me and your voice irritates me. Why am I annoying you? What did I do that's annoying? This isn't very actionable feedback, but I'd love to know. It's just your voice and your face, honestly. Do you typically watch my content? Is it the first time that you've ever found me? This is a cute cat. This isn't the first time that you've seen my content before? Or you haven't seen my content before? How'd you end up on the channel? Yeah, no problem, Dave. Drive safe. You're just new here? So you click a stream of somebody you don't typically watch. You never really come across my content before. And you go, huh, I don't really like watching this. And rather than go watch a different thing on a platform that has infinite content for you to watch, you want me to know that you don't like me, my voice, or my face. Are you lonely? Do you have any friends that you could be hanging out with, or family members you could be talking to? Or perhaps a hobby, or maybe a job that you should be doing the work of? It seems like a very weird expenditure of your time, and you are a mortal human being, so you are gonna die one day. So it seems like a really interesting way to spend the amount of time that you have left. Is that it? What up, Himbo? I was told that I'm annoying Sotiris9lol, who has a very cute cat. And then when I asked what was annoying about them, they said it's my voice and my face. It's definitely not my face because, let's be honest, you saw it and said, smash. Hard stop. But then I asked if they ever really watched my content before, and they said, no, not really. So then I kind of tried to drill down on whether or not they have anybody in their life that loves them that they could be spending time with other than doing this. Also, especially after I got, like, my haircut recently, and I'm not just, like, I don't just look like a dude who's gonna scream at you on the train. Like, bitches stay fucking. I gotta beat them off me. That's actually not a flex. I do have a lot of people in my life who would like to have sex with me. That's just truth. I actually have a lot of people in Brazil who would like to have sex with me explicitly, and they've told me. So that's pretty cool too. Bem-vindo. My friends from Brazil. What up, Brush? How you doing? How do I calculate this number? My dog was freaking out downstairs. Now she's stopped making noise, which scares me. Now you're locked in here with me. Oops, you fucked up. Alright, find a way to entertain yourself. Ah. Thank you, Dave. When somebody wants to be mean to me on the internet, I get to entertain the folks watching by mocking them. I'm not actually offended by this person, but I appreciate the energy. Yeah, see, this is what happens when you intentionally start fucking up stuff you're not supposed to. You know you're not supposed to chew on that stuff. Yeah, now you're sad. You're sad because you're locked in here with me, even though you have a bed and your toys and snacks. You're upset somehow. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? But that's okay because you're a dog. You're a puppy. You're a puppy. You don't know any better. You're dumb. You got dumb head. But you can't mess up stuff downstairs, and you know that. You know you're not supposed to do it. You're doing it to get attention. You're throwing what we in the biz like to call a tantrum. I know. Sad. But you got all these toys, you got a nice window to look out, you can smell all the good scent. Yeah, indeed. But you can't do this, or we can put you in the crate. And I don't want to put you in the crate as a punishment, because I want you to always be comfortable going to the crate, right? And you like going. At night you go, so I don't know what you want me to do for you. I also know this isn't really teaching you anything, right? But you can't just be downstairs just fucking up our house. It's expensive. And I ain't got it like that. Because also, I can't work as much. I can't work as much because you keep doing it.
so I make less money, so I can't afford to buy you the treat. The vicious cycle. I wish dogs understood English. That would make this a lot easier. Alright, I love you. The thing I'm trying to show is the weight of each one of these things. Is English your first language? It isn't. Yeah. Because I can't just do this, right? This is insane. Like, no, gear isn't 6% of the total scaling that you get from multipliers. What if I, because it's also not this, right? No, it's the exact same thing. How do I get this number to be representative of the thing that I want? This is equal to like the multipliers from our gear is worth %13 of the total amount of damage that our build does per hit. really just want to see my video from before. How did I get to this fucking number? All right, boys, we have to go look through all my content until I can figure out how I got to the numbers that I did. Ian, thank you very much for the follow. It would have been a while ago, right? Like a while ago. I was pretty proud of pushing on Shadow Blight when I was. This was a wild video. Yeah, that's a good thumbnail, man. Job me in the past. Items were is turned into this TED Talk. Itemization. Is it actually the major thing holding Diablo 4 back? For the entirety of this video to make sense, you have to understand a few of the viewpoints that... Oh, and real quick, I don't do this enough, just how much of your power is locked behind your gear in this game, and why the other systems are not giving you the dopamine that you would hope that they would. Oh, and real quick, I don't like they help me out very heavily. Help me or debate, let me know down in the comments as it goes. It's better for you to comment during the video so you can be up to date on what we've talked about. And then also, it's always funny when something I say later on ends up contradicting it. Also, leave a like on the video. It would be nice. Thanks. To be able to understand where these metrics are coming from, I'm going to give you a very... Oh, I did just do it versus the sum.
Okay, so what I did here is I did this. That's interesting, Dave. Few skill points in my base number, which is used as foundation, would do so much more than it actually does when I add skills to it. The base number is actually your weapon damage. Is the most root base number. So this doesn't tell the whole story here. This is the percent. MacBane, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. I'm just gonna start recording a video and we'll talk about it. Okay. Nearly a year ago, I'm off by about a month, I released a video with this very provocative thumbnail, how to fix Diablo 4, with the title of Is Itemization Diablo 4's Biggest Weakness? It did okay. It got 28,000 views, maybe $164, and 300 people joined the channel. Thanks for joining. I guess I'll use this as a plug to say, if you enjoyed this video, leave a like on it and maybe subscribe to it. But I wanted to revisit this concept. One, most notably because we just had the release of a new expansion, but not only that, walking into this upcoming season, we are seeing some pretty drastic changes to the very numbers I'm about to show you. So why would I make a video about a thing that's going to be changing very soon? This is a video from Lord Xara. This is one of my Necromancer writers on Maxroll, a friend of mine, and he is most known for his Bloodwave build guide that most of the meta ends up following. This guide does nothing but play this build for all intents and purposes. We'll let it run in the background while I talk about this, though. The interesting thing about the changes coming in the upcoming season will reduce player power, both make it harder to survive and harder to scale your damage, because they're going to take the biggest thing, which is overpower. I feel like I say this once every few months. Overpower is the strongest scaler, and that's a problem. But they're taking that and they're nerfing it. But I do think that it's interesting to look at what these kinds of builds can do right now and use this as a comparison point maybe a month after the next season goes live. We're seeing some changes to gem strength from sanctification. We're seeing some changes to gem strength and sanctification, and hopefully a lot of bug fixes that will make it so that some builds aren't doing pit 150 in 30 seconds, and some builds are only doing pit 115 with the full 15 minutes. But for any of this to make sense, we have to a little bit understand where damage comes from in Diablo 4 and how high these numbers get up to. Because I think it's truly staggering when you actually put pen to paper and calculate these things, and I'm positive most people just don't know this information. So rather than trying to prove a point, I just want to show you what this build does for damage and how I got to those numbers. A build in Diablo 4 is made up of a lot of different systems. All of it, though, stems from the skill that you're using. The skill that you're using has ranks in it, it has multipliers in your skill tree, it has synergies across your gear, in your charms, in your mercenaries, etc. But it all starts here. Technically speaking, all the damage actually starts here at your weapon, because it all scales off of the weapon damage of the item itself. But even on this weapon, we already see a lot of different stats. We see multipliers, we see core stat, we see sanctifications granting gem strength. We got gems in it, we got aspects on it, we can temper it, we can add additive damage onto our gear, etc. But when we look at every single system that scales our damage in this game, there is our gear, the skills themselves, our talisman and our charms, whether they are set charms or unique charms, class systems like the Book of the Dead, your Paragon, which is most notably made up of the nodes within it, the legendary nodes which offer multipliers, and then the glyphs that you socket into glyph sockets, and then the glyphs that you socket into them. Very lightly, your mercenary, they've got some damage multis in there, I guess. But it isn't just plus or X damage numbers. There's also critical strike chance, effective uptime of vulnerable status, your attack speed. You don't only do damage per hit, but you also do a certain number of hits per second. So your DPS will typically be a lot higher than the raw damage itself. But when you sit down and you break apart each one of these systems,
There are certain stats that you get out of them that are directly related to scaling your damage. Now, there are other more esoteric concepts, cooldown reduction to be able to use a skill more often, relative uptime based on duration of a skill for a multiplier, or perhaps some utility. The ability to pull monsters together or keep them spread apart. What is the vector of damage application, not only through scaling, but also quite literally the geometry of attacking in a combat scenario in the game. Those ones get harder and harder and harder to calculate. But the raw numbers, I can do raw numbers. So I put all these things into a very easy little chart. I went and calculated the damage that you would do. I calculated the damage that you would do per second. And then I looked at some interesting things, most notably the types of sanctification changes that are coming, as well as the nerfs to overpower. And I figured, again, actually seeing these numbers would help people to better understand where feedback, critique, and where the game comes from on a mathematic level. Because you may not know that with all of the multipliers on your character, all of the things that say X, you are actually increasing your total damage. You're actually increasing your total damage by 120,992,855%. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? That's just from multipliers on gear. While it's the largest contributor, this is not the thing that gets you to do trillions and quadrillions. It's adding all of it up that gets you there. But I know, I get it. Hearing that number is formless. It means nothing to you. I already have an entire video about how to scale your damage in Diablo 4, how damage works, how to understand where multipliers go, what buckets exist, etc. so that you can do the calculations for yourself and you can compare pieces of gear and different uniques and different sanctify outcomes, etc. and different transfigure outcomes, etc. But let me give you a 1 minute, a TLDR, a crash course in how this works. You have a weapon, that weapon has damage on it. It has a damage range, so when we're calculating damage, we use the average of that range. Not damage per second here, but damage per hit. Then you have your skill. Your skill deals a percentage of your weapon's damage. If your skill has a 100% in the little gray brackets, that means it does 100% of the total damage of your weapon. Everything that says X in the game, like Error Perdition's currently unnerfed 80% damage, increases all of your damage by 80%. It doesn't increase only your all damage, it doesn't increase only your crit damage, etc. If it says this and you activate it, you do that much more damage. So if you did 100 damage and you added on a multiplier that gave you 100% increased damage, you would double your damage. Now, if you were to add on another 100% damage multiplier there, you would double your damage again. Each one is separate. Now, there are some that come in buckets. Now, there are some that find themselves inside of buckets. So if you have critical strike damage on your gloves and critical strike damage on your ring, those two numbers go together. This is unique to stats on your gear and is not true of any other thing that has an X on it in the game. So as you add on items that have multiple X's and also aspects that have multiple X's, and then you add on things like runes that can trigger skills that can add on X's, the number get higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. That's why, after taking all the multipliers from all the different systems, all of the additive damage that you have from your gear and from Paragon, taking the skill damage that you get from not just your base skill ranks, but the skill ranks on your gear and then the skill ranks on your charms, you consider how much main stat you have, which is its own damage multiplier. You get a number that is big. Here we start off with 4,000 weapon damage. And we end up doing 38,513,886,731,417 damage. Now, funnily enough, this is on the low end. And if we were to look at our DPS, where we can attack, I think it's like 4 times per second with the amount of attack speed that we get from the different systems on this Bloodwave Necromancer, we're doing 154 trillion damage per second. And even that, again, is on the low end. The things that I'm not including in this little calculation right here are any Sanctify outcomes, which includes gem strength. It's actually really funny. If you just look at the different multipliers that's available on your gear, like your aspects and the mythic uniques, and then you take into account all of the crit damage, vuln damage, physical damage, all damage stats that you could have on these gear pieces, what you end up with is a 729 times multiplier of your damage. This is multiplying your damage by nearly 730 times its base. Not 730% increased damage. That would actually only be a 7 times increase. This is actually a 72,907% increase in your damage. I really want to keep saying the real number out loud because it's just insane when you consider it. But what's funny is that this doesn't take into account gem strength, that thing that you probably heard about. Gem strength on a two-hander in the current season is actually bugged, and it's scaling significantly higher than you would expect it to. This is fixed walking into the next season. Not only that, people are doing like a particularly degenerate form of item farming where you just take good enough items and then you immediately transfigure them, because there is a chance that you would both hit gem strength and the item would still be able to be modified a very, very small percentage of the time. So then you could go masterwork the gem strength roll on your weapon, finish the rest of your crafting, and then sanctify it a second time with a chance of hitting a whole new multiplier, crit chance, attack speed, etc., etc. But what's funny is that if you look at this item right here, you'll notice that my gems are currently granting 144% damage multiplier each. Now those all go into one big bucket, but if you get rid of the gem strength here, that drops down to a whopping 64. So if you actually include gem strength as part of the multipliers, on gear, what you actually get is 1,440 times your damage. Which is 144,000% increase in damage just from the multipliers, just on your gear. This also doesn't include the fact that every piece of gear other than your amulet could roll with another 12.5% separate multiplier, and that would mean that you would take this and take 1.125 to the 7th to increase your damage by. And also with a Coolian Prism, you could put a utility aspect on your amulet, which on average, and actually will exceed this very often, but on average is somewhere between like a 30 to 40% increase in total damage from just putting that one transfigure outcome on your amulet. And then you can transfigure it again after that. So I just realized that math I'm going to show you later is a little bit underperforming what it actually could be. Rainbow, what up? I'm a new player and I did the campaign storyline once. If you've done all 3 campaigns, so the main campaign, the Vessel of Hatred, and the Lord of Hatred, you just want to make sure that whatever class you want to play, you want to just go through, and do the class quest. So that will be unlocked as well. And that's it. How are we doing, Bacterial? So, yeah, thank you very much, Brush, for the 4 months. I appreciate you. You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Supporting fellow necromancer.
Thank you very much, man. For additive damage will be the next biggest total contributor to your damage after the multipliers. And in the current season, again, before the nerfs to overpower, which are coming, the vast majority of the damage scaling that you get from the system ends up coming from overpower. In fact, I went and just like pulled out just the overpower parts of this graph. In fact, I went and pulled out just the overpower parts of this little equation here. And whereas we currently gain an 81 times or 8,147% increase in our damage from additive sources, 7,300 or 73 times our damage is actually coming from the additive damage on our gear. While the total amount of scaling we get is an 81 times our damage, or an 8,100% increase in damage from additive, actually 7,300 of that is coming from overpower itself, both on a single temper on our gear and from a single glyph. The Dominate glyph is absolutely insane. It grants nearly 400% additive damage per stack of overpower, and on the Necromancer right now on this build, you get up to 18 stacks of overpower. Banished Lord's Talisman, which is an 18% damage multiplier per stack of overpower that you get, means that's an 18 multiplied by 18 to get to your total damage multi just from this one item. It's actually kind of nutty. Now, obviously, nobody would turn their nose up at doing 81 times their current damage, but it's kind of funny when you consider that additive, the second biggest source of damage scaling in the game, is this number, and this is the number from multipliers. Obviously, right? All the multipliers in the game put together compared to just a single multiplier in the game is going to look funny, but I still think it looks really silly when you put them next to each other. Now, skill damage itself is a massive contributor to your overall damage. This is increased per rank. And the interesting thing about the change that they made to skill ranks in the game right now is that each rank will grant you 10% of the base damage. So for Blood Wave, it does 300% base damage. Each rank you add to it adds 30 to that number. And then on every 5th point, it actually adds 15% of the base, so 45. Because this is all in a singular bucket, the more skill ranks you get, the less that you get per skill rank. That's just mathematically true of any number that goes into a bucket. But your skill power itself is 20x the amount of damage of your weapon. So a fairly large contributor, with the majority of this coming from your charms, oddly enough. That's why I split these out into the different systems. I wanted to see where the numbers came from. While the base skill ranks that you put into the skill itself is obviously a very large increase, 15 ranks from your character, your gear will add on some additional ones, and then your charms will be able to add on to up to 4 ranks per charm and unique charm. So that's how you get up to this very large number. And then we have our main stat. The main stat of the character is both incredibly important because in a lot of different circumstances, it represents a larger increase than other stats. But with the addition of these heinously large multipliers on our gear, main stat has kind of taken a back seat, which is funny to say about a thing that starts with the word main. Main stat on the Necromancer will increase your damage by 1% for every 8 intelligence that you get. So on this build, they get up to nearly 2,700 main stat intelligence, and that is increasing the damage by 334%, or a 4.34 multiplier. Here, the vast majority of that is coming from your gear. A lot of it is similarly coming from your Paragon. Your charms can give you a little bit. You start off with base 79, which is very funny to me. But this multiplier, while small, is still very important because there are certain circumstances where there's nothing stronger to put on your gear. But as you can see, it's a very, very small contributor to your overall damage. But again, looking at a base character, no sanctifies on it, not changed walking into the next season, but a single hit rattling off a quick 38 trillion damage and then doing 154 trillion DPS is obviously a lot. Now that being said, Lord Sora's gear in-game is significantly stronger than the gear that I base this off of. This is basically minimum viable for pushing, and then his gear is kind of insane. Which class will be meta? I don't know. We haven't seen the changes coming in the PTR yet. So many trash builds. I disagree that there are so many trash builds. I think that people undervalue builds which are completely viable and competent and have had their brains rotted by the expectation that bugged builds have set a new precedent, which they actually haven't. They are outliers and overperformers, and when you remove them, the field of competitive clear and relative strength, especially when we're talking about builds that already trivialize T12 content is actually a much tighter band than most people give it credit for. Like the character that I was comparing these numbers against will have a single GA on the most important stat. It won't have any sanctification outcomes. It won't be insane. It won't be perfect rolls or anything like that. Sora starts off right off the bat with just having like a multi-transfigured here, gem strength in a piece of gear, gem strength with a masterwork on the weapon, etc., etc. The gear here is representative of like nearly perfect gear, as opposed to the gear that I was comparing against. So what do these damage numbers look like when your gear gets better than what I initially gave it credit for? Because again, the gear I was comparing is significantly weaker than what gear can be. The first big thing to consider to answer this question is that the meta is probably going to look a lot more degenerate than it does in the current game. Actually, that's not completely true. The meta in the current game is completely degenerate, and it's all because of a single ring. And it looks like, unless something changes drastically in the PTR patch notes that we're going to be getting, this is going to continue to define the meta, and that is the Ring of Pelgain. Pelgain most notably will grant you a damage multiplier per second that a target is frozen. This is really only used in pushing, because that's the only place where monsters are frozen for long enough where the damage from the Signet of Pelgain becomes very important. This is also most notably important on a boss. When a boss gets staggered, if it was staggered by a freeze effect, it's considered to be frozen over that entire duration. And when you stagger a boss, they're staggered for 6 seconds. In an endgame clear, Lord Sora staggered the boss 4 times. That means that they were effectively frozen for 24 seconds. So while freezing a target for a single second would grant you 20% increased damage here, freezing them for 24 seconds is another 480% increase in damage, or a 5.8 multiplier. So if we consider using Pelgain in this endgame pushing scenario as opposed to a generic damage multiplier that would work for speed farming, the damage numbers get a lot higher, oddly enough. We go from scaling our damage We go from our gear offering us 729 times our damage to our gear offering us 2,562 times our damage. That's 256,000% increased damage just from our gear by adding on that ring. All of a sudden, our per hit damage goes up to 135 trillion damage, and our DPS is now sitting pretty at 541 trillion damage per second. That's just with swapping out Pelgain for a generic damage multiplier, and this is why pit pushing is so much more degenerate than doing most other content. At this point, with this amount of damage, if something could even survive long enough to get this multiplier from Pelgain, you would delete it so quickly, you wouldn't be using Pelgain in the first place. It's kind of the grand irony of a thing which scales your damage, but over time. But I digress. What does all of this look like if your gear is truly cracked, though? When your gear is truly cracked, you have transfigure outcomes on every single piece of gear. In fact, I missed one of them, so this is actually supposed to be 12% higher, but I'm not going to do the math again. You have on the Ring of Pelgain, you have basically the perfect stats that you would want on your gear, and I'm not even talking about 4 GA items. I'm just talking about adding transfigure. So what does it look like when your gear is cracked? And funnily enough, I don't even mean cracked. I don't even mean insane. I don't mean 4 GA gear here. I mean single GA gear, but you sanctified all of it, and you got the best sanctification outcomes. You got your gem strength. You got your gem strength, and you're able to masterwork it. You hit 12% increased damage across each piece of gear. What does it look like then? Well, the multiplier from your gear is going to jump up to a whopping 5,000 times your damage. That's 506,000% increased damage. You're going to be doing a whopping 267 trillion damage per hit. 8 billion million. And you're going to be doing a quadrillion DPS. Now, what's even funny about what I'm saying right here is that this build... Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck. Holy shit. Okay, let me back up. So what if I take that same build, I'm using Pelgain, I'm pushing in the end game, and I just add gem strength to my weapon? Just gem strength. I get the one sanctification outcome that everybody's talking about. I manage to masterwork it. That's all I do. I add gem strength to the calculation that I just told you about. Well, now we're multiplying our damage by 5,000 times from our gear alone, and we are doing a whopping 267 trillion damage per hit, 267 trillion with a T, and we're going to be doing a quadrillion DPS. That sounds insane, and it is. But what's funny enough is this isn't even good gear yet. Let's go ahead and compare this if we sanctify all of our gear and just get the outcome of the 12.5% increased damage. Nothing else. I'm not like unlocking new breakpoints with any of it. I'm not doing really altogether that much crazy stuff, but these are definitely the things that you're looking for. What does that gear look like? We take our gear, we get a GA. Now what's funny is that the math I'm about to show you is for gear I will never have. This gear is truly, truly insane. And it's not even close to the most insane that it can be. This isn't 4 GA perfect gear with perfect sanctification outcomes, etc., etc. This is a single GA gear with the sanctification outcomes that you would want using a Ring of Pelgain on a Bloodwave Necromancer. You could probably pump this up by another like 3, 4, maybe 5 times the numbers I'm about to say to you if your gear got better and better. But this is 1 GA gear. Proper sanctification outcome. Gem strength on your weapon in the current game. Well, the contribution from your gear multiplier alone, just your gear, is now 16,162 times your total damage. That is a 1,616,000% increase in damage, and we are now doing a whopping 1,000, million, billion, trillion. Sorry. 100,000, million, billion, trillion. We're now doing 853 trillion damage per hit, meaning that we are doing a whopping 3.4 quadrillion DPS. You want to know something that's very funny? That's not a high number. I know. That sucks. It sucks to hear that. It sucks to realize that. That's not a high number. I could pull up a million Rob videos right now from this season doing infinite quadrillions of damage. Sincerely, while the number that I just said is a number that at least no one right now owns, it's not a big number. This isn't perfect gear, it's not multiple GA gear, and it's on a class that is the middle of the pack as far as power is concerned. Before I move back though, I do just want to very quickly call this out. If we just removed overpower from this equation, like if we removed all the additive from overpower and the multipliers that are available from our charm and from our amulet from having the amount of overpower stacks that we currently do in this game, it's very, very funny to me. But we dumped down to only doing, and it's going to be very funny, only doing 1 trillion damage and only doing 5 trillion DPS. That's the impact of overpower. It's actually truly insane. But let's go back and let's try to answer the question that I assume that you're asking right now is, how is this possibly a small number?
if we were to go look at the leaderboards for the highest, if we were to go look at the leaderboards at this point in the season, and at this point we're talking about people who have effectively perfect gear. These are the various clears across. These are the various clears across the classes. We have a 3.5 minute barbarian clear of 150. While there is one run higher than Lord Sara, we're going to keep using Lord Sara as a comparison point here, which is only one tier less. For the sorceress, we're doing a 150 in 2 minutes. For the rogue, we're doing a 150 in less than 2 minutes. Druid's doing 144 in nearly 10 minutes. Spiritborn's doing 150 in 7 minutes. Pally's doing 142, rest in peace to the Pally, in effectively 9 minutes. And then the Warlock is doing a 147 in 10 minutes. Now, I just said a 145 versus a 150. That can't be that much of a difference, right? It's 5 pit tiers. Well, you have to ask the question, though, how much scaling is it per pit tier at this level? The difference between a pit tier, so 149 and 150, requires 32% increased damage. This would be like adding a 1.32 multi to your character. That is how much more damage you would have to be doing to be able to clear the same pit tier in the same amount of time. So it's not just the pit tier, but also how quickly you're clearing that pit tier. So if we just look at the difference, so just the difference between Lord Sara right now clearing 145 and wanting to clear a 150, how much more damage would you need? Well, you would need 32% for the next tier, and then 32% more than that for the next tier, and then 32% more than that for the next tier. What we basically do is we take 1.32 here, and we bring that to the 5th power, increasing your damage by 32% 5 times over. Lord Sara would need to be doing 4 times the amount of damage that he's currently doing to clear the same pit tier in 9 minutes, but at pit tier 150. So this insanely big quadrillion damage number, well, we would need to be doing that number times 4. And at this point, we are at 1.36 to the 16th, which is very funny. But we're now needing, and I'll just very quickly do the math, about 13 quadrillion DPS to be able to clear the same pit tier in the same amount of time, but at pit tier 150. But again, these builds aren't clearing them in 9 minutes. They're clearing them in sometimes less than 2 minutes. So let's just take the Barbarian as an example here. The Barbarian is clearing out this pit tier in 3 minutes. So for us to be able to clear it out in 3 minutes, not only would we have to do 4 times our current damage to be able to do the tier in the first place, but we'd have to do 3 times that amount of damage to be able to clear it in the same amount of time. And that ends up being 12 times our damage. So we take this number, and rather than multiply it by 4, we have to multiply it by 12. Okay. Sure. I will just do 4.09 to the 16. I'll just do 4.09 times 100 to the 16 to get us there. Sorry. Sure. I'll just do 4.09 times 10 to the 16th power, be able to clear this out in the same amount of time. But there's somebody clearing it faster than that. The Sorceress is clearing out this same pit tier 50% faster. Sorry. The Sorceress is clearing out the same pit tier in 2 minutes that the Barbarian is doing in 3 minutes. It means that they're clearing this bad boy out 33% faster. But somebody's clearing it even faster than that. The Rogue is clearing these bad boys out in 1 minute and 40 something seconds. So let's just go ahead and say 140 is half what the Barbarian is doing. Let's call it 320. I guess I could go look at the exact number. But Barbarian is clearing this out in, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Rogue is doing it in 140, almost exactly twice as fast. So it's not just 4 times the amount of damage that you need to be able to clear out the same pit tier, and it's not just that multiplied by 3 times as fast to do it as fast as the Barbarian, but it's actually that multiplied by 2 to clear it out as fast as the Rogue. So this number that I said that started with the word quadrillion would need to do 24 times its amount of damage
to clear out pit tier 150 in the same speed as the rogue. And when you go look at the gear that the rogue has, you start to see how they possibly, maybe, get up to that 24 times the amount of damage that Sora's build would need to be doing. Look at this. All they hit was quality on this item. Silly billies. But you start to see what the gear, what the build, what the strength of the character has to start to look like to get up to these points. Now, there are bugs, there are exploits, and luckily a lot of those were fixed. But what's very funny is that, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe something like that, they were doing this in 23 seconds. 4 times higher than that. So poor Lord Sora over here would have to multiply their damage output by 100 times their current amount to be able to accomplish that same thing. Normally, when I make a video like this, the purpose of it is to drive home a particular point. It is to highlight a thing that I believe is a problem, something that should be changed, something that I think the viewer should be better educated about, gives you a tool, gives you a theme, gives you some kind of structure to build off of. I like to think that most of my videos have a purpose. This one a little bit didn't, which is kind of funny for me to say and probably a really bad payoff for you if you've made it this far. But I just wanted to go through the exercise and see, what do builds look like? What do these numbers look like? Are these numbers even reasonably understandable by a person in a meaningful way? Can you use these numbers in a meaningful way? Can you interpret them? Can you build from them? And just kind of ask the question, what does it look like? What would it need to look like? And is this good? I am firmly on the side of an ever ongoing argument, which is that none of these should even vaguely approach pit tier 150. If I'm going to wrap this up in a bow, I'm very glad that the developers are pretty drastically nerfing at least the outlier issues for some of these things, most notably the overrepresentation of overpower in the meta. Again, for like the umpteenth time, I'm hoping that we don't walk into a season where Pelgain actually is defining the total meta, regardless of build, regardless of whether or not you can naturally freeze enemies. It's just the most weirdly unexciting, unintuitive, and super slimy, grimy, sweaty way of playing the game. And I think most people just will fail to execute it properly and have a bad time when they try to replicate it. I don't think that builds should be doing a pit tier 150 when to unlock Torment 12, you only have to do a pit tier 100. And you know what? I'm going to do one more quick little analysis for you. Do you know how much more damage you have to do to unlock tier 12 versus doing a pit tier 150? Imagine a drum roll here. Just to reiterate, Pit Tier 100 is required to unlock Torment 12. Now, if your character can barely do this, that doesn't mean you can just go kill Mephisto very easily on Torment 12 or anything like that. I'm not trying to make that argument. But the scaling from Pit Tier 100 up to Pit Tier 110 is 17% per tier. Then the damage scaling from Pit Tier 111 all the way up to 150 is that 32%. Just to reiterate, Pit Tier 100 is what's required to unlock Torment 12. Now, you have to be able to do fairly significantly higher than that, be able to trivialize Torment 12 Mephisto on a build. I'm not trying to pretend like you just do a Pit Tier 100 and now you can do everything in the game. But from Pit Tier 100 to 110 is 17% per Pit Tier. So 17% more damage to do the next one. At Pit Tier 111 is when it bumps up to 32%. So if I had 100 damage and I was able to clear out Pit Tier 100, how much more damage would I need to do a 150? Well, that's pretty simple. What you do is you take a Well, that actually is pretty simple. You take a 1.17, so 17% per tier, and you bring that to the power of 10. That's going to get you the 10 pit tiers that you need to get up to 110. And then we're going to multiply that by 1.32 raised to the power of 40, because that is how many more pit tiers there are. You would have to do 319,753 times your damage to be able to do a Pit Tier 150 at the same rate that you do a Pit Tier 100. Do I think that builds should be doing 320,000 times their damage that is required to be able to unlock the highest difficulty in the game? Probably not. Probably not that much, huh? That's probably too many numbers. That's probably too much scaling. That's probably too much higher than the minimum requirement to unlock the content in the first place. Like, let me do this exact same number, but what if your build could only do a Pit Tier 115? How much more damage can a build that does a 115 do than a build that does a 100? It's basically the exact same equation, except we're going to get rid of this whole portion of it, and we're just going to... It's basically the exact same equation, except instead of doing this to the power of 40, we're going to do this to the power of 5. And that build only has to do 20 times its damage. Now, if I told you right now, hey, quick, go do 20 times your damage that you're currently doing, you probably wouldn't have a very good through line to be able to accomplish that, right? You can't just add 20x more multipliers worth of aspects. You probably have aspects in all of your gear. But 20 times your damage to be able to do a Pit Tier 115 seems like a fairly manageable ask. Go get better gear, level up your glyphs, go level up, etc. 320,000 times your damage is an insane number that nobody can understand in a reasonable way or actually conceive of how you would get that much stronger. Not really, not in a real game scenario. But that's the difference. Your build that barely gets into Torment 12 versus people speed running, and I didn't even do the math for like the multiple times faster it is, but speed running a 150, that's how much more damage you need. That's silly. I think realistically the best builds in the game, maxing out somewhere around like Pit Tier 130, and then having those be the creme of the creme, the cream of the crop, the flavor of the week, the meta build for the season, and getting some nerfs and seeing some other builds get some buffs. It's probably a much healthier game experience than this and this. This is silly. Even this is insanely powerful in comparison to what most people playing the build and playing the game ever can accomplish ever. This number is ridiculous. These numbers are ridiculous. The numbers are getting... Gear shouldn't say this. Gear shouldn't say 3 extra damage per gear slot. That's too much damage. That's too much damage. I'm actually underselling it. This says significantly more than that, but I don't want to do any more math, and you don't want to hear any more math. I'd probably still argue that itemization is probably Diablo 4's weakest point, although I will say that the grind to get gear in the expansion launch is significantly better, significantly more fun, more engaging, more interesting. There's actually crafting. You can't complain that there's nothing to do with your gear and that there's no way to get your gear. They solved all that. Now I just think the numbers are too high, and as long as they continue to be this high, nobody will ever like truly understand what the root cause issue of anything they might run into in the game is, any imbalance they might run into. But maybe adding like 5 new X multipliers to every single piece of gear is one of the issues that I could currently identify. That's enough of me yapping though. I hope that this video did something. I'm not sure what it could do. At the end there, I just kind of started ranting, but this was something. I was inspired to go look at it. Hopefully you enjoyed looking at it. I hope that I was able to educate you in some way. Thank you very much for watching the video. If you did make it this far and you're not already, subscribe to the channel. Gosh dang it, I don't know what else you're doing here, but you at least like something that I got going on. Leave a like on the video, share it with your friends, yell at me in the comments, talk about it on Reddit, do whatever you're gonna do. Love y'all very much. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helped, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. What up, Krabby? I think when you get a minute, because I see you in the middle of something, you hit 300 every season. I was trying leveling builds before next season, and I went to get 70. I get all my 300, and I was just trying to see what it feels like leveling Paragon, and I can't. New character journey from 0 to hero. 0 progression. Yeah, sure. I think people would like that. I think very few people would like that, but for the people who would like that, that makes sense. People have asked for it. I'm not sure that they would ever really develop it. But yeah, you also don't have to put your Paragon points in. Like, you have them, but they don't do anything unless you point them in. So you can still very much test out like a level 70 character and then just like put in 10 to 20 points every once in a while as you hit a roadblock to get a good idea of how much more power would my character need to unlock the next torment tier. So you can currently do what you're asking for, but not in that organic way that you're asking for it, and I understand that. What up, Crimson? Yeah. Some Warlock questions. Yeah, what's up, Bacterial? Thank you, Sar. Four attacks per second, 70 trillion without Pel gain. Yeah, so where did I put you? Hold on. With Pel gain, 70 without Pel gain. 350 trillion. 400 trillion with the Pel gain up. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you. I think there is more complexity in PoE 2 when it comes to scaling damage. Is there more complexity? So the interesting thing about Path of Exile 2 is that damage scaling in Path of Exile 2 is not particularly complex. It gets more interesting when you add like conversion and stuff like that. But there is just more or increase. What is it? Like more or... Basically all damage goes into like the regular damage increase bucket. And then there is the more damage, which are individual multipliers. It's actually fairly similar. The thing that here's the thing. I actually don't think that Path of Exile 2, like the base experience of making a build in Path of Exile 2, is actually altogether that complex. The complexity of Path of Exile 2 comes down to the fact that you can add and change the damage in a multitude of ways, and you can gain damage scaling from very nebulous not nebulous concepts, but very niche concepts. And And yeah, they just have a lot of things that say transform your damage into another thing. That being said, though, actually a lot of the conversions actually take out a lot of the complexity because then things don't work for them. It's not like you can increase your cold damage and then convert it and then increase it by fire damage. That's not how it works. I actually don't think that damage scaling in Path of Exile 2 is altogether that much more complex, other than there are more builds which can use different vectors to scale their damage. What the actual multiplier value is on Destruction Glyph and Dynamism Legendary Node. Destruction Glyph, Dynamism, Legendary Node. Destruction Glyph and Dynamism. Dynamism. Do you understand what the actual multiplier value of this is? So Dynamism says while you are in demon form, you gain demonology skill damage, which is equal to 3% per dominance you have. You start off with base dominance 30. If you haven't spent any dominance while in demon form, you have a 90% damage multiplier for your demonology skills. Destruction Glyph, I think I know which one you're talking about. You're going to get me here. Also, nobody knows. I haven't done the math because you kind of can't test this in the dummy room. But considering you can have up to 4 stacks of hex, this probably isn't just like a 32% damage multiplier. So it probably starts at like 1% at all and scales up to 8% over the percentage of their life lost. Not too sure. Got a question for you. Got a new friend who's going to play D2R for the first time and wants to play the pinkest and purplest build possible. Any suggestions? Jump to Chaos Warlock. Yeah, it would be Abyss with Miasma Chains. Making a damage calc? Nice. Have fun maintaining that. Think we should top out at pit 75 or give room for more power creep down the road? Okay. That seems like a very arbitrary number and isn't aligned with like any of the torment tiers. Why 75? But yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody knows how Destruction Glyph works actually, like mathematically. Nice, Krabby. No problem, man. I appreciate it. Sometimes when my dog is bored, she'll just like lie down completely flat, but her eyes are open and they're just staring ahead, unblinking. And it makes it look like she's dead, and I have to check that she's breathing. And then she just like looks her eyes up over at me and then keeps staring forward. And she's definitely not fucking weird as hell. Ah. You think it's fine for most of it to be self-insert? Like there's already a lot of quality of life features. I don't want to deal with complete integration and logic handling. Do I think it's okay? I think if you don't fully automate it, the 3 people who are going to use it won't care. And the 10 more people who might use it won't. And I don't mean based on your reach. I mean as somebody who made a fully functional damage calculator and saw how many people used it. you know, there's just no way for you to automate most stuff. And people just don't use it. So I would say make a thing you want to use, and I wouldn't worry too much about other things. The only widely used ARPG damage calculator is POB. That's inaccurate. The D2 and D4 planners are both widely used. Yeah, I think fishing is like meant to be a we should be at half of what we are currently. Okay. But yeah, I think that fishing is meant to be like a very long time. The fishing is meant to offer people the thing that they would want from fishing, which is a thing to do all the time. Man, remember when I fucking did this? Remember? 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 This sucked so bad, dude. Oh, this one's not too bad. This was a very fun project, though. Like, it was a lot of fun figuring out if I was smart enough to do this. Oh my god, yeah, dude. The yes, but with the scaling multiplier based on the value you put in? Oh. If you have Memento Mori, how many ranks in Memento Mori you have? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, if you just like turned on a bunch of these things, but you weren't the correct build, it would have to give a different multiplier. Oh. Whether or not it was a blood belt? Boys, I fucked on this one. I'm not gonna lie to you. Number of skills on your skill bar based on the number of ranks to Reaper's Pursuit. Dude, I fucked on this one. Is it possible to keep track of CC duration, elite versus non-elite, etc.? It is, but for Warlock, you have to know that Dominate is unique to that. But like trash mobs can be crowd controlled
like 13 or 15 seconds. And then they're unstoppable for 5 seconds, something like that. The issue is that, sure, you could like show the damage difference versus an elite, but to get an accurate representation of value of CC, it is per build because it has to include the stagger rate of the boss as well. Leave those values as self-insert? Yeah. I would say... I mean, they just need to change how crowd control works in the game. I think that's... I don't know what else to do. That burned me out a bit. Well, it didn't burn me out. It's just I got to the end of a lot of thinking, and now I'm done. What do I want to do with my whole life? Play chess. Probably play chess about it. Let's play a game of chess and really think this through. Huh. I want to close this off. Thank you. You get to be up a pawn and have developed 2 pieces. Pretty cool. Still control center. Oh, sure. Yeah, that'll do it. That will typically do it. Not a lot of people know this, but that'll typically do it. I think it's trade light square bishops. Or maybe he's stupid. Oh, sure. Do I want this knight? No, because I don't want to give him this file. But I'm kind of okay with his knight just being stuck to his king here, huh? But how do I then attack that? Yeah? I really should just develop more pieces, but like, I really kind of just want to fight here a whole bunch. No, because that still opens this up and I don't want that to happen. Does it just pull back my knight? That's like so not fun. Where would I pull back my knight to? I guess to here. No, because then I don't have an attacker here. I kind of just want to fucking fight about it, huh? No, that's very, very, very stupid. So interesting. Hello. Look at you. Sure. Yeah. I was thinking about knight to e3, but then he was going to take this regardless, and I would have to move my knight again. So I end up getting like kicked out this way, I guess? Yeah, I'm not too sure. Oh, I'm and very sorry. Please do not feel ignored. I was not interested in being backseated. So you can absolutely talk about it, but expect me to not look. Okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? What did we think this did? Yeah. Okay. Feeling pretty good there. I do need to get my bishop out of here. Boop, boop. Redefended by my queen. This is pinned forever. This is locked up. It's bold. It's a bold statement. This is attacking here. This already takes. This isn't under attack. Oh, you have your queen coming down too, sure. I think I'm gonna very casually do this. Boop, boop. You always like to have your rooks together, huh? So what's the game plan here, Kimasabe? This is also already defended by the knight. It's actually defended, like this is defended by the knight. This is defended by the knight. King can take regardless. What's the... I'm hoping he's just like really thinking about the... Oh, sure, yeah. I'm up on material. Yeah. So let's have a lot of fun. We can all have a lot of fun. Oh, but then I lose my horse here in this exchange. That was less intelligent. Or I lose the bishop. I did very slightly worse math than I should have. It's actually just this, right? And then it's here. It's pushing this. And then we get rooks out. This is still defending this. This horse could just go like la la. Boop boop is also very nice. No, because yeah, he had this. I saw that. And that's why I didn't do it. Good job, me in the past. So I am at a 1.5 minute deficit. So I do just have to make like a lot of quick plays. I think I would like to support this file right here. Fudge. That's not what I was expecting, huh? Say you gotta hear it from the goat mouth. That's it. Go talk. That's it. Go talk. So this is bring this here to attack it. I need to get my goddamn rooks out here. Sure. That is fine. This is this. This is in. It's also knight here, actually. Yeah, it's discover check. I just don't know that it's actually a problem. Bring out this rook so that my knight has somewhere to go. Tuck my king. Push pawn. Huh.
Tuck my king, push my pawn. That's that. If I push my pawn right now, I can't actually do that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tuck my little king. I'm going to do this. Sure. That's actually also fine. Sure. So it goes. Oh, that was super dumb. No, it's not. It is. It's actually fine. Easy. Game. I just want to get my goddamn rook out. So this is actually fine. Don't do that, dumb idiot baby. You mad cause I got the one up on ya. Oh, ain't know about it, but you know now. Say you gotta hear from the goat mouth. That's it. Go talk. That's it. Go talk. Boy is also thinking a lot. Sure. Take this bishop. I would like to take this bishop. At 400 elo, I've noticed, we're mostly hoping the game is over before we have to think fast. Really? Yeah, and then... Oh, because then I have the defender for my queen to take. Okay, sure. Right, and then I had to play this fucking game of move my knight a million times. What was my thought here? This guy was coming in. And I didn't want to do like the push this up to stop this, because then he just is here. Sure, I guess I understood what I was doing, but not really. Yeah, this was wild. Yep. Yep. What is best? Why is this? This is best. Hello. It wants me to leave this queen here for fucking ever. Okay. But why do I care about defending this? Oh, I don't. It's just to get it up here. Okay. Yeah, boop, boop. Okay, yeah. My idea is that I could come here, trade and pop, because I'm already up material. Yeah, I've gotten both knights for... So I don't hate this idea here, right? It gets my rooks connected. I thought I was going to come here. I then like just tunnel visioned this, not realizing that I was like, oh, I'm going to stay +5 material, forgetting that after taking here, they would then get the knight as the idea. Yeah, you're about to lose a knight because this takes, and this also pushes their pawn. I end up losing the bishop. They keep their bishop pair. I keep my knights. I think you can do more fun stuff with knights. Also with a pawn advantage? I don't really know how to actually attack with my pawns. That's like a really big blind spot for me right now. They come through here. This is a miss. Knight loses your knight. Not great. Oh, right. I didn't see this at all. I actually did. I completely missed this. Yeah. My thought was, in my head, so I kept looking at this right here, and I'm like, okay, they're in this zone, so I don't really have a lot of play with my knight. I can come here, but like that doesn't get me anything. I could get a bishop for a knight, which I don't hate, and then be up tempo because they would have to do a king move to get there. Then they'll never castle in case that could ever be relevant. Like I had like a vague concept of this, but in my head they were now here, and I missed this completely. My thought was that this then attacks here, and I guess I'm okay with like them getting... I don't know why I was okay with that. I don't know. I get this, and it's like, oh, but they have discovered check, which I saw, right? I was like, okay, sure, this is discovered check, but does that matter? Like, does it matter that it's discovered check? Because one, I have the block with the knight here, and I'm fine with like leaving my knight here a little bit forever to just permanently stop the threat of checkmate. At least for now, while there's like a piece here. So they can't come through this way. But like the idea was like king over, what do they do here? I either take it or I take it. They could set up a trade. But then it's like boom, boom. But they wouldn't do that. I guess they wouldn't do that, so why am I preparing for it? Yeah, that doesn't really make sense, right? This is check. Horsey in. King comes down. I like the king move a lot. You had a better way to move the rook. Yeah, so my idea was that so here was the idea, right? I want to push this because it's my most advanced pawn. I guess I shouldn't want to push it because it's too much investment to push it. But the idea was make space for my knight, or make space for my king in case I have fucked up thinking about this. The issue being that just putting this here is also a huge problem. And I couldn't quite figure out the math of figuring this. So my idea was that I was going to force the trade here, which is, depending on what they do, it is tuck the king, push the pawn. They would want to take this pawn, because if not, I'm opening up this spot anyways, and I'm going to get both your pieces. So then they take with knight. But I guess that's just like not a good play. So why would they do that? I can't think that much, though, yet in playing. Attacking the knight was like a whole thing. I was also fine with attacking the knight because I was like, sure. Yeah, have fun being there. Gifting your free pawn, are you kidding me? Easy pickings, best. No, not that one. Yeah, so they really disliked this, right? And I... what I didn't see is... So here's my fear, right? It was like, okay, so I take... So here's my problem, though. This is like assuming the person will play smart, which I a little bit can't assume they'll play smart. Like, what's my answer if they do this, right? And then like, oh, this is winning for white. I'm just stupid? Oh, because I have the pawn here. Where's the win? When do I win, computer? Why would I ever put this here? Advance my pawn. No human player would ever fucking do that in a million years. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Here. Check. Right, because I need to defend this. He comes up. He has 2 defenders. This is a check. It's not here. It can be there. That. Or. Oh, with the old Kingaroony. Yeah, I'll just fucking 50 moves down the line push this fucking pawn, dude. I have a minute and a half on the clock, computer. What did you want me to do? Yeah, that seemed silly. Is it... I don't even know what he does. What is it? It can't be king. Okay. What's the... Show me the win. Oh, because he physically has to. Oh. This is interesting. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. How is it not this? Oh. That's how. How is it not this? But I'm fine with this, aren't I? Because this is this. Yeah. This. This. He starts putzing around. He's eating pawns. He's eating good. And this is just winning. Oh, he wants to keep that to be a block. That's actually wicked smart. Actually, this... I should go rook, so I don't fuck up. Comes to here. This is all the way down? Really? Move the pawn, and then it's just ladder. Does it matter which way I do it? It does not. That's got to be faster than what it was just trying to show me. Yeah, so all the way back over here, this rook is already defending these pawns. Sure. Yeah. I don't know what that pawn play was. So here you were saying the bishop is free. Were you actually saying the bishop is free after this? So in this position or in this position? Right, when I moved up the pawn. Okay, yeah. Because you were like, take the bishop, it's so free. And I was like, I agree. That is why I have moved my pawn here. I was just waiting for them to do a thing.
This also, yeah, this was like very, oh wait, really? Oh, because it's discovered check. Yeah. It's a little bit the same. No, because it gets me away from this pawn. Yeah. It's also just leaving the rooks back there so that they just have like more sight. And then it's this. Sure. Wait, hold on. What did I end up doing? I did this. I'm not supposed to take this pawn? No, not that. Oh, shit. No. Wait. Oh, yeah. I'm just fucked. Oh, bad job, me. Bad job, me. Taking here was a mistake. Huh. Hmm. Yeah. Nobody's moving their king in this scenario. That's like, this is my issue with the fucking engine. Nobody at 400 elo is just diddling their king around right now. Why is this rook where it is so important? Why? Okay, why does the engine think that where this rook is right now is just the best? I don't quite understand. Oh, he's boxing in the king, sure. Huh. Boop. Boop, boop. Pawn. Oh, right, because the pawn is
protected. Sure. Ain't you know now. They gotta hear from the goat mouth. That's it. Goat talk. That's it. Goat talk. Goat. How? And this ends up in the same scenario. Yeah. This is... Oh. Oh, because then he'll take this pawn. We just keep checking, huh? Why not? Yeah, okay. One more. And don't fucking hang mate at the end there, dum-dum. I have two opens. I have two openings. I have E4, and I have the Sicilian when I'm in black. And I take the Roy Lopez every time. I've never tried the King's India, not really. That's where you fianchetto the bishop, you bring out the knight, and then you castle kingside. Can I be honest with you? I don't know what to do here. Is it just bishop back? You either trade, right? And then you block, and then they kick out your bishop, or you bring the bishop back? Yeah, right. So the bishop's under attack by the knight. I understand that. But this is either just... Is this not me? I just have a bishop out and he does it. Oh, but then I eventually block this off to stop this. So this is bishop back. And he kicks his knight back? What are you doing with this knight now, boss? Do you want to get a pawn for your knight? Oh, right, because this stops this pawn from moving. It's a free pawn. I don't like... So the pawn's free. And if he like does something very stupid, it gets more. What I don't like is that like it's two moves to take a pawn. I guess you would always take 2 moves to take a pawn if it doesn't ruin your structure and you stay developed. Right? Would you always? I like to think in very simple ways like that. I just don't know if it's true. Sure. Hmm. Yeah. Sure. So this says do something with your queen. What do they do when I do this? Oh no. They like need to bring it here explicitly? Right? Else I get to fork? Oh, they could also bring it here. Yeah. Is that fine? It isn't. I just tuck them back in? Do I want to tuck them back in? No, it's free knight. Saw, dude. Huh. Why do I care about that? Kick the knight? Help me, why do I care about this? I don't? Invite them in? Kick knight? Defend knight? Kick knight? How have I used 4.5 minutes, my guy? Fuck me. Sure. Yeah. Going to defend my bishop. And I think I'm going to defend my knight. I should have taken this free. It's not a free bishop. They have the knight there. Fritz's development. Now it is free. He's not about to fork. He gets to here. This is also defending my bishop. Then I take free bishop. Oh. Fuck. That's what it was. That's smart. Hey, you're a smarty. How do I hurt you the most in the most meaningful way possible for having the audacity to do this to me? Oh. I was like, oh, I moved the, and then I could just move the rook, sure.
I can't hurt him enough for this great, great, great betrayal, but I want to. I want to in such a meaningful way, and I can't. Enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. Like one of the only upsides of this kind of attack is like, yes, you absolutely got the rook. Absolutely. And your horse is out of play almost entirely, right? So like you get 2 material and the only real thing that you have is just moving it back. So as long as this is always under threat, you kind of have nothing. I'm sad I let you do that. You also don't have a knight. Sure. More of a Go player yourself? I've never tried Go. So the question is, what's his best play? I don't... What am I missing? You're only 400? I thought you were intelligent. Hmm. Did you? Did you think I was intelligent? What? Right, because you still attack it, right? But like, I've been waiting to take this for free for a while now. You thought I was intelligent? You've never commented ever on my channel ever? I don't know that you had a particularly strong opinion of me. But actually, that doesn't stop it because I have the second knight. I'm going to take this free bishop, but... Am I supposed to care about that? Sebastian1738 joined 13 years ago, has 2 subscribers. That's pretty cool. Or what are we doing? Right? Right, because it goes here, 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 does something, here. Yeah. And correction, I'm 452 ELO. Do I have any obvious blunders? No blunders, no misses, baby. Oh yeah, brother. Okay. Yeah, let me just take a look at this. Because my other thought was this, right? It ends up being a kind of a similar scenario, I guess. Oh, he didn't like this. Yeah, like, now, that being said, I saw this out of, like, vague. I was like, okay, well, now I have to move my knight. But I am very glad I went, wait a minute. No, no, I don't. I don't know what the fuck this was. Develop the pawn, sure. Opens up the bishop, because I was already going to get... Yeah, this was dumb of me. I also should have seen this sooner, too. Oh, no, not that part of it. After I just take this bishop he just handed to me. I was like, oh, but okay, so he still has a diagonal. I forgot I had two fucking knights here, because it is just this. Sure, you can have that. And then this is free. This attacks here. Why is this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, I'm gonna go back to the actual game. I don't know if what was this? I'm just playing bad people. Yeah. I think there's so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. You know what? I gotta go. I actually have to get ready. We're going out tonight. I realize that means I have to like eat a real meal and get dressed and get ready. So we're gonna end stream. Thank y'all for hanging out. Let's go raid somebody. Let's go raid somebody. I hope everybody has a great weekend. No streaming this weekend. It's a bunch. I mean, we have a million, billion, thousand, quadrillion things that we have to get done. Hey man, speedruns. Hell yeah, brother. I like that Llama's playing Age of Empires too. That's fun. We'll go hang out with Jim. But I hope everybody has a great weekend. I'm going to go be gay in Boston. You know what? If you have the opportunity, go be gay in Boston.
that's going to do it for me. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, cap cum cra, sawadee, gute Nacht, hasta luego, hasta la última semana. Treat yourselves well. To the 2 people who wanted to be weird on YouTube, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for making me a penny of ad revenue. I really appreciate it. Remember that there's no such thing as left versus right. That's a fucking psyop. That's what the people in power want us to keep doing to infight. There's just the working class and those trying to rob us of what we're worth. So if you have a union, join that union. If you don't, consider starting a union. Support unions in your area. Get involved in local politics. Love yourself. Love your neighbors. Look out for people in your community. Even if you think you have like wildly different ideological differences, you probably don't. You're probably just 2 people trying your best to stay alive. And if you had more community, you would have the security that you would need to not have to fear those that are like you. I love you all very much. Treat yourselves well. Fuck ICE. Fuck Trump. Fuck the oligarchs. Fuck Elon Musk. Fuck AI. You get it.